And I forgot to change the stream title. Alright. And we're off, or something like that anyway. As soon as I mute my stream monitor. Not that it should be coming through on the stream itself, but... Oh, that reminded me. I was going to tweak my setup slightly. So that... let's see. I'll just stay right here in this bush for a second while I mess with something quick. Somewhere in here. Yeah, well, we'll worry about that later. For now, there's a wheelbarrow here. I'm gonna go right back into town where we left off last stream and loot. I should have tweaked my audio before I started. Oh well. I wanted to set it up so I could monitor my own mic a little bit, so I'd sound less dead to myself, but it's not a major issue. There really isn't that much in this town that's worth looting. There's at least a few garages and such I'll hit up. Close the doors if nothing else. Alright, that's a good place to leave the wheelbarrow. Hello. Please go away. This is a building that I want to loot. There's usually something interesting in these structures. Oh, hello. Oh, not a whole lot of interesting loot so far. Not too unexpected. Oh. Oh, it looks like Af's doing scum too. Oh. I'm gonna go give him some shit. Af doesn't actually stream. There. Was giving Af some shit in his chat. He's streaming Scum too right now. Oh, his mic's even worse than mine. I think he needs to turn it down again. It's peaking. Mine's just shit. That's interesting. 12 gauge clipped into the shelf. Oh, let's see. There's Af. Hey, Af. He's like awakened every puppet in town. What a jerk. I might have to find a safe place and give you more shit in chat. He even told me to enjoy it on his stream. Can you believe it? Yeah. Now he's apologizing. I'm gonna go in this house here and give him some shit. Or this garage, actually, probably better bet. Alright. I told him he's almost as bad as Abby. Okay, there's another garage over here, we'll check. Why are all the doors open? What a bunch of weebs. People need to close their doors behind them. Okay, was there something down here in the loot? Here's approximately where I died last stream. There's a Zambo in there somewhere. It's fine. I don't feel like searching that building anyway. Let's see. Yep, that building's worth looking through. I really should be searching more houses, because clothing is still pretty valuable, last time I knew. Whereas I'm searching like I'm looking for toolkits and not much else. Oh, nice. Bottle of lime soda. Lime soda itself is kind of but you can use them for water containers or fuel containers. Another garage. Let's see. Might as well take those gloves. Interesting. Okay. Those garages don't normally have anything useful, but sometimes they'll have a toolkit, just rarely. When they do, it's awesome. Those might be worth picking up to sell. Santa pants? Sure, why not? Okay. I don't know, searching that building is really worth it. Depends what those clothes sell for. Oh, hello. Come on, right this way. Into the arrow. Damn it. Stop wiggling your head. Okay, there's one out this way that got dropped on the ground. Wow. Fired into the distance, more realistically. I think I'm down an arrow from where I was earlier. Slightly unfortunate, but oh well. These arrows are kind of expensive. Give me back my arrow, you. I might as well pick up fishing food. No, I shouldn't, because they can't be sold. I would pick them up if this was the real server, because then I could maybe sell them to some other player, but... when there's not many players on a server, if you can't sell it to the trader, it's not worth picking up. Are all the garages in the whole town open? Okay. I don't really have any particular goals for today. I'm just kind of going to loot around and visit a trader eventually once the wheelbarrow starts getting fuller. Maybe hit up a POI later or something. Oh, fireworks. I'll take them. Fishing reel, I'd pick that up, but once again, can't sell it to any of the traders. Lead plate, not worth very much to sell to traders. Can't wait for the full server to launch, because then it'll be much more interesting to do all this stuff. Right now I'm just kind of going through looting by rote, because, well, that's what you do in this game. You loot. I'm going to take the vitamin pills. They're more or less worthless to sell. I don't think you can sell them even, but they can be eaten for small amounts of vitamins, which is nice, I guess. Last server I'd saved up anything I got like that. Never used them. I had quite an inventory full of all kinds of medicines and stuff, but most of them just weren't functional for one thing. And when I did finally figure out which ones were functional and which ones weren't, I still had way too many of them that I never used for anything. They just aren't useful enough to keep, really. Did I search this building? No, I didn't. Not sure if any of this is worth anything. I should pick up the piece of rubber, though, just in case. I won't. I'm really glad the issue that 0.6 had for a while there, where if you jumped or stepped over anything, your arrow would denock. I'm really glad that's fixed. Because that was turbo annoying. More randomly open doors. Okay. As well. I don't know if it's actually worth picking up. It'd be nice if I had some kind of easy way to tell which items are actually worth picking up and which are just kind of too bulky to be worth it. Alright. Got this store to check out yet. Not sure what else I really want to loot in this town. I know I'm skipping a lot of possibly good loots, but... Oh, there's some jeans. Some bread. I've never seen this item before. Spices. Might as well. They might be worth something. Flour, not worth it. If you can't eat it directly, it's not really worth it. Speaking of which, yeah, you can eat bread. Okay, good. I assumed you probably could, but... Well... Just, you know, hold still for a second, please. Thank you. I haven't seen the variant like this. I almost said ever, but I'm not quite sure. Hello, Kelly. Welcome here. I'm not sure if I would call any of what I'm doing as sneaky, but at least I'm not making lots of noise, I guess. You know, I should be picking up these wires. They are actually somewhat valuable. Like, sort of valuable, if you squint a little bit. Also, I was gonna see what this rubber's worth. Oh. Just shortly after I started stream, Af drove through town with his truck and woke up every zombie in the area. So that was a fun couple minutes. It wasn't terribly difficult, it was just kind of annoying more than anything. I stopped into his chat and told him that he's almost as bad as Abby. Well, one way or another, we need to go back to the wheelbarrow soon. That was pretty funny last time there. That wasn't last night, it was night before last, I guess. It was... yeah, pretty cool. Don't tell Abby that though, or he'll do it again. Obviously, I would have preferred if I had managed to survive it, but... Alright, now, where am I? Okay. Wheelbarrow's just around the corner here. Not entirely sure where I'm going to go. Yeah, we'll see. Starting to very slowly run out of space. Hello, Treebeard. Welcome to the stream. By the way, guess what I'm getting tomorrow? Guess, guess, guess. My new mic is in the mail. The mic stand hasn't shipped yet, but the mic itself is supposed to be arriving tomorrow. So I might actually sound decent in the future, instead of like I'm coming through a headset mic. We'll see if I can manage to get it set up in a way that doesn't make me sound worse, but I've got a bunch of stuff put on this mic to make it so that it cuts out some of the worst effects, but actually having a decent mic should be good. I'm pretty excited about it anyway. I wish it was a new gun, but yeah, especially after I've spent all this money buying a new mic and a new headset and all that stuff, I am not going to be able to afford new guns for a little while. Okay, I think I have everything out of my inventory that goes in this chest. Now let's finish filling the other one and then we're out of this town. I'm not, like I said, I'm not entirely sure where I'm going from here. Just, it won't be toward the east because that's where I was coming from. Other than that, we could be going anywhere. Oh, you got a new house. That does kind of... Payments for that do kind of limit the finances a little bit, yes. I'm not sure if I want to say thankfully or unthankfully I don't have to experience that. We'll keep that in my inventory. I think I'm ready to roll. Oh, I should grab a sweater. We'll just grab the tactical sweater. That should be enough. We don't actually need the jacket. Alright, off down the road. Let's see. We're gonna go to the river, fill up my water bottles, wash my clothes, because I have soap now. And I think we'll go down to, I think this is a gas station. We'll go here, clear this out, loot it, and then I'll decide whether I'm gonna go north or continue going west. That's the plan for now. We'll see if that changes. I'm tempted to go hit up another larger POI because I recently was doing the airport, and that's kind of interesting. I really haven't done much with avoiding mechs before, so on the old server. I raided exactly one bunker and that was about it. Being a little more adventurous on the test server. Also, I need to eat and drink. Living with the in-laws sounds fun. I hope you got good ones. Oh. And now we get to the natural state of the stream. Watching meters go down as we walk along the road. Well, there's certainly one thing you can say about my SCUM streams. For the most part, they are very chill. Because nothing happens. Oh, it's not just in-laws that do that. I think it's just kind of a parent in general thing. Oh, you can watch us both. You just have to put a couple different Twitch windows up, and you can see Af die spectacularly and me slowly walking along the road at the same time. Yeah, see, Kelly knows what's going on. More Twitch, more better. Oh, we're almost to the river. Gonna finally get some of this dirt and grime off myself. That, and I've got a whole load of containers that were never filled or only partially filled. Usually it doesn't take that many resources to decode video. You should have seen my stream from a couple days ago, just before Kelly started showing up. I had this thing set to use NVANC, and apparently SCUM uses just enough resources that NVANC isn't quite capable of keeping up, because this thing was just laggy as all get out. And I was like, I wonder if CPU encoding would work better. Long story short, CPU encoding does work better, as you can probably tell. I guess that's what happens when you go sit down near the end of 2020 and buy the computer of your dreams with the plan that you're going to get a 3090 to go in, match your CPU. And then you can't get a 3090 because, well, everybody knows what happened. So I've got a monster CPU, and then I just have a 3070 for a GPU. Which, I mean, yeah, but it was about the most reasonable thing I could get for this at the time. It was kind of funny for a little while because I was running my old 770 with the CPU I have in this system right now for several months at least before I could finally get just something, anything. Yeah, Walmart doesn't really sell anything of much power, shall we say. You have to start saving your pennies to get something a little bit better. Just, you know, make some better financial decisions than I made when I set this system up. I spent way more on it than probably should have. I basically blew everything I made for that whole year that wasn't spent directly on essentials. I'm not sure, Treebeard, whether that was the best possible time or the worst possible time to build. Because I was looking at parts to build a system right around that time. Well, I had been looking at parts all year. And the 20 series price actually shot up as soon as the 30 series was announced. So you probably actually got that CPU at the cheapest price you could have got it. Yeah, it's kind of crazy town prices, but it's still about the best you could ever get for it. There was a really short period right after the 30 series was announced where you could actually get used GPUs pretty cheaply, though. Back when people thought they were going to get one in stock. Yeah, that's about what I spent for my system then. But I bought like all new monitors and really super fancy every part you could think of. Like I said, I was going to put a 3090 in it, and it was going to have parts to make use of that 3090. I really hate to try to figure out what it would cost to replace the system now. It wouldn't be pretty. Anyway, I'm pretty happy with this system. It runs well. I wish it had a slightly beefier graphics card, but the CPU makes up for it. And really, I use this for a work system as well, so I dual boot Linux. And sometimes, as I've got 3950X for CPU, and sometimes I use every last core that CPU has for work. For Windows, I never even touch it. It's hardly loaded right now with the game and doing CPU encoding for the stream. Oh, we're almost to the whatever this... I think it might be a small town, not a gas station. 3700X is probably what I should have bought if I had a brain, but... I went into it with the idea that I had never had a top-tier system in my life. And it was like, I have my own money now. I'm actually making enough I can afford this thing if I don't buy anything else. I'm going to buy the insane system of my dreams. And I made it in every way except GPU. Retrospectively, I'd never do it again, but it made me happy at the time. Oh, there's Puppet. He's right there. He's really hard to see. I imagine he's probably even harder to see on stream. What with the video compression and all that, making it darker. Okay. Well, just after you got laid off is probably not the best time to spend a lot of money on something, just saying. Although it sounds like the kind of thing I would do, so I probably shouldn't say anything about it. I'm just really glad I missed most of the pandemic panic buying as far as stuff like that goes. Okay. I don't think we're gonna get any loot worth bothering with out of this little townlet. Normally I would search those hay bales for feathers, but I already have loads and loads of feathers. And plus I'm buying fancy carbon arrows now, and just because I don't really have anything else to use my money on. Okay. Hello, anybody home? I think I hear somebody. Yeah, maybe not. Supposedly, well, there was a patch. No supposedly about it. There was a patch for SCUM. And supposedly it changed the value of some of the items, but the patch notes didn't say what items had their values changed. So my whole policy of collecting lots of clothing to sell could be the wrong one. But I guess we won't find out until we get to your friendly local trader. So for now, I'll just keep pretending that I know that clothing is one of the best things to sell. Ah, there you are. Hello. Some nails, okay, whatever. Yeah. It almost wasn't worth looting this place. There's a bunch of various food plants in there, but I'm doing really well on food, so I don't need to bother looting that. Oh, there's just puppets all over in here, isn't there? Go ahead and snipe this one. There we go. No, it's a little bit better for me than it is for you guys. I should probably turn the gamma up some. But the video compression makes it a bit darker. It is a little hard for me to see. Yeah. I'm gonna turn the gamma up just for you guys. There it is. Let's see. I'll set it to that for now, see what that looks like. It's not so... This fog in the ground looks interesting. A little bit lighter, maybe. Now see, I got the stream up on my other monitor, so I can see that it is darker. And I do know that video compression does that, so... A little bit more gamma. It'll be slightly brighter for me, more reasonable for you guys. I don't like doing that during the day because then it's too bright, but at night it's fine. Let's see. If we keep heading toward the coast, it'll take longer, but there's more places to loot. Whereas if we go north, it would be a little quicker, maybe. And we can hit up here and then maybe go around there or something, I don't know. Alternatively, we could go south. You know what? We're gonna go north and then we're gonna go probably over here to town. Let's see, Mr. Turn is just behind us. North means that eventually, well, actually I should probably just do it right now. Get my code out of the thing here. I probably should be carrying a raincoat too, but oh well. Yep. Time to play in the snow. I don't know, can you throw snowballs in SCUM? I think you can find snowballs if you search rock piles on the ground, but I've never actually tried throwing them at other players to see what happens. This is going to require some research. Another thing I don't know is if you can pick up snowballs in the north and then carry them down south, what happens to them? Do you just have snowballs? It's kind of interesting. Gonna have to test that too. I think I might stop here at the castle for a little bit too. Find some swords and helmets maybe. I think the helmet I picked up didn't sell for much though, so it might be worth just picking up swords, because helmets are really bulky. The swords, on the other hand, are kind of small and light. Unrealistically so. Maybe not light. It's not terribly heavy, but like a sword, it's only very slightly larger than a pair of pants. And a pair of pants is already slightly odd sized. Inventory item sizes in SCUM is just kind of odd. This game can be really pretty sometimes. Like, look at that. See the sun out underneath the trees. It's not terribly realistic, because really a forest, you never really see it with space underneath it like that, if it's of any depth. But it looks cool anyway. Since we're heading up north, we're going to end up fairly high in the mountains pretty quick, and you can see some really cool sights up there too. More resting. I should just eat all that remaining loaf of bread. Probably should start eating this butter too. Traveling at night kind of sucks, but there's not really a whole lot else to do during the night. Especially with this rain, I don't really want to try to loot anywhere because it'd be so hard to see puppets. We'll just lay right down here in the mud and rest up for a bit. How much of a badass am I? I don't care about rain in my face, that's how much of a badass I am. If only I was like a quarter that much of a badass in real life. Okay. You know, I wish they would let you cut your hair to a specified length instead just cut it all off. Not that I would actually want to, but it'd just be a it's something that they should let you do. Actually, I shouldn't say that. I haven't actually tried cutting your hair. Maybe they do let you select the length. I'm tempted to try it now just to see how it works. You know what? Screw it. We're gonna stop and loot this cabin, and we're gonna cut her hair and see what happens. Quite likely it'll shave it off, but we'll see if it gives you an option to do something different. Yep, we're gonna be bald with a beard now. Oh, maybe not. Oh, okay. Okay, that is cool. I approve. I take back everything I said when I complained. I were wrong. They just let you sliver a little off at a time. You know, I can't really fault this guy. If somebody busted in my house, I'd probably shoot them too. Or at least growl at them, which I guess is what he did. Yeah, here I was complaining that they didn't give you various options for when you cut your hair. No, they just like make you cut it off one little sliver at a time. Which, that's a pretty cool way to do it. I approve. You can't do fancy hairstyles, but then what kind of person in this situation would spend a lot of time cutting fancy hairstyles? I have to say the whole your hair grows out over time mechanic is really cool. I don't think I've ever seen another game do that. At least not in a reasonable way. Oh boy. Let's see. Yeah, we're getting close to the castle. We may be approaching a castle on a dark and rainy night. This can only end well. Have to stop in and see if Frankenstein and Igor are in residence at the moment. Maybe Dracula will be there. More likely it'll just be a bunch of puppets, but hey, you never know. Okay, is this my turn? No it isn't. It's the next one, just up the road a little bit. I think. It's kind of hard to tell what branches off what. Worst case, we'll have to off-road a little bit to make up for taking a wrong turn. Nope, right here we go. Yeah, this should be the right road. We'll very quickly reach the castle along here. Oh, tired already. Oh, I wonder if it's because the wheelbarrow's getting heavy or if it's just because I'm getting heavy. Yeah, I got a whole bunch of weight, it looks like, from water. Let's see. Where is the weight? Ah, here we go. 31 out of 23. Ah, that's not the worst I've ever seen it. We are a little weighed down, though. This should be pretty good for strength training, though. Except it isn't because we're protein deficient. That's unfortunate. Constitution's going up fast though. Dexterity less so. No, Constitution's going down fast. Up fast overall because I've been doing a lot of running around. Yeah, I should probably actually stop and make some meat skewers. But I do need to stop and drink though. I'm pretty reasonable on food for the moment, so we'll delay that. For some reason this headset keeps trying to slide off my head. It's annoying. It didn't used to do it. Oh, there's the castle. We'll park the wheelbarrow just outside the entrance and go in. I've got HyperX Cloud 2s. Well, Cloud Core as they call the ones that you buy them without the crappy USB sound card they want to sell you. They're a fairly reasonable budget headset. I've got a slightly better pair of Audio-Technica MHX or MH40X or something like that. Is that? Oh no, it's just a guy in a... I was wondering if it was a beeper for a second. But I would have heard it if it was a beeper. Yeah, I had some kind of Corsair headset years ago. I was very unimpressed with them, but I think I was just that particular model. They sounded okay, they're just really uncomfortable to wear. And then I got, well, before that I had some kind of Sony headsets that were, they'd wear out really fast. And then I ended up getting these HyperX Clouds, and they were really nice, and I've used them through 3 different pairs so far. But since I'm actually getting a proper, you know, actual separate mic now, I don't really need a headset with a mic anymore. So I'm upgrading to a better pair of budget studio monitors, which is what the Audio-Technica headsets are. Did I see? No. I thought I saw a flash of red from the back of a puppet head, but... Oh, there's a puppet! Annoyingly, that red dot in the middle there, or white dot, if you position yourself just right, sometimes you can get it to turn red, indicating that you may have line of sight to there, but you can't actually draw and shoot. 4 years is pretty long for headsets to last. If they're holding up after that, either you're being very gentle with them or they're actually pretty decent for as far as build quality goes. Okay, I don't see anybody waiting to jump me when I go up the ladder, but... I'm not sure how long I've had these clouds last on average. These ones are at least 3 or 4 years old, and probably older. In the past, most of my headphones would die because I would bend the cable too much or something. But I started being a little gentler with cables and they started lasting longer, so saved me a lot of money over the years. It's like, hey Milo, if you don't chew on the cables, they last a couple years more. Anyway. I'm pretty excited to get the new setup up. I'll probably start using the mic before the armor arrives, just prop it on something. And of course I'll use the headsets as soon as I get them. I got an AT 2020. So it's a condenser mic, which technically I probably should have got a dynamic mic, and I looked at some dynamic mics thinking about getting one of them instead because they have better noise rejection and stuff like that, but I just don't like their sound. So I ended up just deciding, screw it, we'll go with the condenser and deal with the consequences. Because condenser mics are more sensitive, and they're more likely to pick up room noise and stuff. But I figured I'd just have to deal with that one way or the other. Put in some filters to kill the keyboard noise and be a little more careful about not banging stuff, and who knows what other else I'll have to deal with. I'll find out when I have to deal with it. Just something about dynamic mics, they don't sound quite right to me. I'm getting quite a lot of clothing out of this castle, bizarrely. I'm pretty sure that no matter what I do, I'm not going to end up with worse than what I have now. Like the mic I'm using now is A, not that great quality, as I'm sure you can tell. And B, the headset's attached to wants to come off my head all the time, so I need to keep sliding it back on, which I'm sure creates noise. And if I move my head wrong, I probably brush my beard against it, which makes more noise. Well, situations like that puppet right there are why I carry a sword. I don't have very good melee skill, but it's better than trying to frantically backpedal and draw your bow at the same time. Surprised we haven't been finding more puppets up the towers. Last time I searched this place, I found a whole load of them. Might as well take a helmet. I've got some pretty hefty filters on this that are supposed to kill most of that. I'm not like running RTX voice or anything quite that fancy, but I've got some anti-noise filtering and got a compressor on it. I'm actually talking quite quietly. Sort of. But the compressor brings it up a lot, so... That wouldn't work with this mic. Alright, now the inventory Tetris begins. I did a few streams with this mic and this setup, and it's kind of like, you know, I'm probably going to, when the real server starts up, I'm probably going to be streaming SCUM almost every day, at least a little bit. I might as well get something a little better quality. Sure, I'm maybe not doing it to make money or anything, but it hurts my sense of professionalism to be using poor quality stuff. That hurt. Goodbye, health. I miss you too. It's only a C1 though. I think we're just gonna sit right here for a few seconds. You know what? We'll just use a band-aid on it. I'll probably limp if I try to move around though. Let's see. No? Okay. We're gonna climb down this ladder though for safety reasons. I was thinking about buying a face cam too, but I decided I had already spent enough money for one day. Or 1 month for that matter. So you people are saved from having to look at my scruffy face. I'm pretty sure Kelly's right about that there. I certainly find bits of my beard everywhere I go. If you think a cat sheds, you need to live with somebody who has long hair and a beard. For me, it's not quite as bad as it was a couple years ago, but that's because I had short hair for a year in the interim, and now it just won't grow back to the same epic dimensions it used to be. Right now I got hair that comes just below my shoulders. And before I cut it, I had it all the way down past my waist, so I kind of regret it now because it just isn't growing back as long as it once was. But it's like, if I'm going to be working outside every day for this year, trying to deal with long hair just sounds like pain, so we'll cut it. Well, can we get through? Okay, there we go. Oh, I hear a puppet. Yeah, I don't know, I just like long hair. It's never really been a problem, and it requires, I'm tempted to say, less maintenance than short hair for me. But that's in large part because I just really hate haircuts. It's easier just to wash it once a week or something, but none of that. Oh, there you are. Hello. Yeah, you better stop that. Okay. I think there's lots more stuff I could probably loot in here, but we'll check this tower. We'll just keep going around the perimeter. We'll see. There's a puppet upstairs. I can see his headlight. Yeah, see, well, I'm a computer programmer, so I can have girly hair and get away with it. Well, I wanted to search this first, but okay, there we go. If I was still doing lawn maintenance, I'd be still having short hair. The last time I was here, more towers than not that I searched had two puppets in it like that. And we smack into the ground again. Damage 0.0 HP. In other words, I stubbed a toe. I don't really have any hobbies that require a great deal of outdoors except shooting. I swear there's a puppet over there. Okay. Yeah. There's definitely a puppet over here. Hello. Alrighty. If I was going to spend as much time here, I probably should have done it systematically instead of this kind of random wandering. Oh well. I started random wandering. It's too late to change. Let's see, where am I? It'd be nice if you could zoom in the map, but I see why they didn't do it that way. Make it too easy. I'm really interested. Supposedly they're going to make it so that to use the map you have to pick up an actual map. You know, find it as loot somewhere. Kind of like you need to do with your compass. That's going to be interesting. I wonder how they're going to make that work. Okay, I've searched this one already. I'm just really not sure how they're going to work that out. Whether they're going to... You just flat out don't have any map at all until you find one? Or whether you'll have a map that's only partly filled in? Well, I think we're going to dump all this stuff in the wheelbarrow. And then I'm going to craft a couple meat skewers and get some protein going. I think I parked the wheelbarrow out here. Somewhere. Oh, there it is. It's camouflage. I'm gonna need to find something to eat eventually, but not for a while yet. Probably a good thing we're headed toward a merchant, because I need to sell some of this stuff. I thought I heard Af say something on stream about parachutes. So I don't know if he wants those or not. I'll have to ask him before I sell them. Okay. Ammunition. Might as well merge these stacks since they're pretty similar. I need to sell some of these tools too, because most of them are largely useless. Oh, chicken curry sounds good. I need to eat something with spice, or I'll forget what it's like. Haven't had anything spicy for a little while. Oh, well, that's not really true. Although, admittedly, the last thing I had that was spicy wasn't really very spicy. But then I guess not all curries are very spicy either. Yeah, so am I, but I like to pretend I'm not. And the way I do that is I eat something that's almost too spicy and go, oh wow, this is really good. While I desperately suck down milk or water or whatever else I can get near me that might make it slightly less so. I thought I had a stack of money somewhere that was larger than this. Interesting. I know I looted more money than that earlier today. Okay. From here, there's really not a whole lot of stops until we get to the merchant. That's going to be a lot of... Well, the thing is, I had like a very small pile of cash left over, and then I looted, I thought, a few hundred. Oh, I need to stop making food. That's what I was going to do here. Anyway, I thought I had looted at least a few hundred units of cash in town off like puppets and stuff since then. Yeah, you better run. Hey, he's stealing my arrow. Back here with that arrow. Oh shit. Bear! Okay, I'm dead. I don't think I hit the bear even once. I'd draw the bow back and get it almost ready to fire, and then the bear would hit me, and... Yep. Hopefully the bear wanders away from my body. Okay, where am I? Oh wow, I'm about as far away from as it can be. Let's see. We need to go that way, I think. think the castle's on top of that hill right ahead of us. It's gonna be a long run. No, not really, I guess. Hopefully it gives the bear time to leave. Hello, Krieg. Welcome in. You arrived just in time to see the results of me meeting a bear. I stopped to look at a hog. The hog ran away. A wolf that was standing next to the hog came after me, so I shot him. And then a bear came after me while I was watching the wolf run away. It was a most unfortunate sequence of events. Oh, we're pretty close to where we need to be. I forgot I was gonna, I thought I was gonna land a lot farther away from it than I did. But you actually can move pretty far as you come in down. Oh, he wanted a hug, all right. He wanted a hug from his Mrs. Bear when he brought in the big chunk of dinner. I'm sure you can probably guess who dinner was going to be. Not really. That or the wolf was like, "Help me, Mr. Bear, he shot me in the ass with an arrow." And the bear was like, "I will avenge friend wolf." Oh, we're almost there. We died, like, right here somewhere, I think. Hopefully the bear left. If not, it'll be a case of quickly grabbing my weapon and running in circles. I'm gonna have to go back later and clip that little sequence. Not necessarily because it was awesome or anything, but just because I want to send it to my sister. And be like, "Do you see what this mean old bear did to me?" Try to persuade her to show up in here and boost my viewer count. She's the responsible, boring member of the family, so she's always doing stuff during the day that involves actual work. And not watching her brother's Twitch stream. Which I can understand. I really enjoyed that clip of the motorcycle rolling down to the fence you took last night, Kelly. Or not, yeah, night before last, I guess it was. That was a pretty funny moment. I rewatched it a couple times. Laughed my ass off. Anyway, right up here somewhere is where my body should be. There's the wheelbarrow. I don't see the bear. Well, there's the hog that started the whole incident. Here's my weapons. Okay. Where's my body? There it is. Well, we kind of heard the bear coming. But, yeah, we didn't see him until it was very too late. Gotta pick up, put all this stuff back on. Pick this stuff up to sell it later. I don't know if those shoes are worth carrying or not. Probably not, or not. Now I just have to repair all this stuff. Surprised the bear mauling didn't do much damage. Problem with the shovel is that the little shovel is kind of rare and hard to find, and the big shovels take up too much inventory space. But the small spades are pretty cool if you can find them. It would be cooler if they allowed you to sharpen the edges or something, but it's just a kind of a boring old shovel. Okay, we can join up with the road if we just off-road it through here. Hopefully Mr. Bear is left. You can use shovels in this game to bury chests, which is kind of cool. I used to do that sometimes when I'd park the wheelbarrow for the night. I'd take the chests out and bury them nearby. But I stopped doing that after a while because there wasn't really a need for it. It wasn't like anybody's going to find the wheelbarrow and steal from it or anything. It's hard enough for me to find where I left it by the road, much less me to find it when I parked it in a bush. Or for somebody else to find it when I park it in a bush. Unless it's by pure happenstance. Or I guess nowadays stream sniping. Anyway, the road should be right around here somewhere. Oh, right there it is. It was hiding from me. Okay, from here, we're almost to the snow line. You can actually see it right up there. And that's where I'm going to end up wishing I had more clothing than I do. Yeah, that's true. We were stopping to make food, weren't we? Kind of solved that problem. The hard way, maybe, but we solved it. With all the bear excitement, I forgot what the entire plan had been. Yeah, we can make the snow line pretty quickly here. I'm tempted to say that most of the interesting stuff is done until we get to the trader. But if I say that and actually mean it, I guarantee we will run into another bear or a pack of wolves, or Af will come roaring up behind us with his truck and run us over, or, you know, something will happen. But that's why I have Af up in the other monitor saying keep an eye on him to make sure he's not going to run me over. I wonder if there's any way that you can see who's online at the moment. Not really. Yeah, not really. I'm not sure where he's at. Is that the boot camp? I wasn't paying attention when he got there. I probably could have just bowed this one. Or I thought he might be closer than he was. Oh. Oh, it could be the airport. I haven't been to a lot of the buildings in the airport, so I don't really recognize some of the spaces. No, there's no way that's the airport. Where is he at? I don't think it's the boot camp either, because it doesn't look right for that. Huh. I don't know, not my problem. He's not coming up behind me in a truck, and that's all that matters. I don't actually know. There's various factory areas, but I don't know if there's a refinery anywhere or not. Once again, I don't really know. There are a lot of big tanks wherever it is. I don't recognize wherever it's at, but that's not too surprising because I haven't visited many of the big POIs beyond walking around the outside a little bit, maybe. It looks like it's somewhere on the east side of the map. I wonder if it might be this factory complex here. Maybe. I don't know. On the next season of the server here, I want to make a concerted effort to visit a lot more of the big BOIs and actually go looting around where the mechs are. I only ever hit up a single bunker on server 1, and that was very close to the end of the server anyway. Now I'm a lot better at the game, and, well, yeah, the mechs are pretty cool. They certainly make it more challenging. Without the mechs, it's just kind of a matter of can you shoot the puppets before they reach you and lock you in a corner. With the mechs, you have to worry about timing and paying attention to where you're going. And if you're not careful enough, you can end up in all kinds of interesting situations, as we learned when I was at the airport a couple days ago. There was a little bit of excitement. That might have involved laying him just below a window while mech stumped outside of it on very low health. I'd rather not repeat that particular kind of excitement any more than I have to, but the basic situation that got us there up till the point where the mech spotted us anyway was pretty fun. Anyway, we got a whole bunch of switchbacks running up this hill. Or this, up through here. It's gonna take us a little while. Let's see. North is that way. Slightly northeast to go up the switchbacks. Yeah, we're just cross country yet. Yeah, that was when you're hitting up the airport with Abby to help him get that plane. That was crazy. How the one mech spotted me, I turned around, ran away, and then turned back around and there was no mech. And here it teleported to the opposite side of the hangar. That was wild. It made things both way easier and way harder. That was... I almost said some of the most fun I've had in SCUM. I don't know if that's quite true. It was very tense. Although I'm sure it was a tenser for Abby than it was for me. But that was pretty fun trying to get that plane out of there. I'm looking forward to future attempts at doing the same. Got to keep getting those planes until Abby can actually fly one, keep it in the air without crashing for once. Try to get him his SCUM pilot's license. Although I'm pretty sure that not only is there no licensing authority for pilot's license in SCUM. Yeah, we did manage to get it out, but he tried to land very shortly thereafter and it didn't end well, let's say it that way. And then we had to find and recover his body, which was somewhat complicated. And we did manage to find his body. His weapons were stuck up in the air, too high to reach. So we had to have somebody bring in an SUV so he could climb up on the roof and stand on the roof of the SUV and reach him. You gotta go back and watch the VOD. It's pretty funny. For anybody who didn't see it, that is. Which I know Kelly was around for that. Anyway. Let's see, do we turn here? No, we don't turn here. Keep going northeast. Oh, we're making better time than I thought we would. That's one reason why I like playing with Abby. When things go wrong, they always go wrong in the most interesting way. And it's just fun to play with other people, of course. Then of course there was all the stuff that happened afterwards. I don't think I've ever seen that many puppets in one place. I know Abby has a theory that when you fire a gun, the game spawns more. I'm kind of curious if there would be a way to test that somehow. This damn headset is driving me nuts. It will not stay still. It just keeps slowly sliding forward off my head. Oh, look. I'm tempted to pick that up, but I don't know what I'm going to do with it. Give it to somebody, obviously. What else would I do with it? You certainly don't want to eat the yellow snow. Wonder what happens if I check taste. Raw. Okay. Thank you, game. Raw snow. I'm gonna have to tell Af I found him a rare item just for him. Actually, give me a second. I'm gonna do that right now. There we go. See what he had to say about that. Wonder how gullible he is. Oh. See if I can lure him out here to check it out. I wonder if I should tell him where I am and try to lure him out here. Nah, I'm not that mean. There, I told him what it was. Asked me if you want to eat it. I'm gonna have to store that snowball in my wheelbarrow later to give to Abby. He'll appreciate it, I'm sure. That, and I still have to figure out if there's a good way to throw snowballs and have a snowball fight. Oh. Gamepire certainly has a sense of humor. It may be rather lowbrow humor at times, but they have a sense of humor. Oh, we're getting close. Let's see. There's a woofer. Hopefully he goes the other direction. The last wolf I saw stole one of my arrows and ran away. I wonder what this location here is. I'm pretty sure it's an actual POI with bots and all that fun stuff. But it might be tempting to swing past there on the way out of the... swing past there on the way back from the trader to see what's there. And then I got the bear hugs. Just in case those wolves have a bear with them, that's probably better if they stay away. For me, not necessarily for them. I'm going to assume that the last set of wolves, after they got the arrow pulled out, probably got it to feast, courtesy of Mr. Bear. After we hit this outpost, I think I'm going to go back this way across the dam. Crossing the dam is always fun, because there's usually quite a few puppets on top of it. Now the last time I crossed the dam, there weren't any. I was actually kind of disappointed. And then from there, probably just off-road it down the mountain and come over here to hit the sporting goods stores in C4. Or D4, I guess it would be actually. There's like 3 sporting goods stores and a couple of gun stores in this area. I usually don't do the gun stores because they don't have much loot in them. There's a chance of loot in them, but... well, let's put it this way. If they have loot, it's really good, but most of the time they don't. And there's always a beeper in there. At least one. So sometimes I've found good loot in there, but because the beeper blew up next to the good loot, it was in very low condition. And that's just sad. Sometimes I'll poke my nose in there, but the sporting goods stores are a different story. They almost always have loads of archery supplies, various random arrows, just all kinds of cool stuff. Big backpacks. Boots, things like that in there. Beepers are very creepy. They're creepy enough when they're just giggling. They're really creepy when you happen to be close to one, where it can't see you but it knows you're there. They'll say all kinds of weird things. And then it's like, move to where I can see you so I can make you shut up. Yeah. The lore of SCUM is not a very happy thing. Let's just put it that way. See, that's not a road I want. No, it's not. Actually, I'm going to leave the wheelbarrow here for a second. We're going to run this way and find out what that POI is. I have an overpowering need to know. The backstory I wrote to give to Wasted is basically some vague thing about crossing the wrong corporate executive sort of BS, but that's just something I made up because I needed to have something. How did I know? Speaking of prison, I wonder if that's what this place is. Looks kind of like it. We might have to come back there later. I wonder if that's that prison that Avi was talking about. He's mentioned some prison up north that is very, very difficult. I wonder if that's it. Well, see, this island wasn't always a prison. It used to be just an island with a bunch of people living there. But then, for one reason or another, they were moved out. And it was purchased, or it was purchased by the corporation, and then the people were moved out, or something like that. And ended up being used as a sort of dystopic prison of some kind, I guess is what you'd call it. This would be a good time to make some skewers. Unfortunately, there aren't many bushes around here up north. Also, I forgot to reset up my hotkeys after I got killed. I wish they'd remember those over across deaths. Is this a bush? No, it's not. Well, we'll have to go up here for a bush. There we go. Friend bush. He both provides us with a place to hide from nasty mechs, and he provides us with the sticks we need to make good foods. Okay, any other bushes in the area? Not really. Okay, back to the wheelbarrow. Oh, you can't walk while crafting a meat skewer. That's annoying. I really am looking forward to when they finally do a cooking rework for this game. Because cooking is kind of nonsensical at the moment. The fact that I am eating a whole stick of wood along with the meat is kind of odd, shall we say? At least it's not like soup where you eat the whole pot along with it. That's one way to look at it, I guess. So how would you look at cooking a soup? That's your ration of iron for the... I guess that'd probably be a lifetime supply of iron, really. Unless it's an aluminum pot. Thankfully, you don't eat the container you cooked it in real life. It's definitely worth collecting pots and stuff like that for cooking in this game. Not so you can use them yourself, but that's you can make stew for other people just so they experience the joy of eating the last portion of soup and suddenly realizing they don't actually have a kettle. Let's see, what's my... Okay, we can make another skewer. Well, anyway. I'm not sure what the benefit is of having all the optional ingredients. But if you have like fat, salt, spices, oil, all that stuff, supposedly it makes it better somehow, but I've crafted a few times with salt and fat in my inventory and I haven't really seen a difference. I'm not sure if that's something that's just not really implemented properly or what the deal is. See, the bear incident happened down here. We're all the way up here already past all those switchbacks. We're making better time than I expected. It's kind of surprising how fast you can travel on foot in this game. I mean, sure, traveling by wheelbarrow is slower than just running somewhere. But even by wheelbarrow, as long as you just keep going, you eat up ground pretty fast. It doesn't feel like you're traveling quickly, but the map is smaller than it feels sometimes. It looks like a long ways. It feels like a long ways. But it's not really. Of course, one thing that makes it feel longer than it is how you have to stop and rest every little bit when you're pushing any amount of weight. Okay. Actually, I am going to stop and check to see what time it is, which is going to result in me freezing my ass off very briefly. 3 a.m. Come on, there we go. Get this clothes back on before I freeze to death. That was a very frosty couple of minutes. It's really kind of annoying that you can't check your watch without taking off everything that covers your wrist, which is basically going to be anything with long sleeves and any gloves you might be wearing. They should rig it up that your character pulls your sleeves back a little bit or something like that so that you can read the watch. It's also kind of unfortunate that the watch is a paid feature. It's part of the supporter packs. I mean, it doesn't really have a big gameplay effect or anything like that. It's just kind of a cool little nice to have. Anyway. It's a pretty small complaint, all things considered. If it being slightly inconvenient to look at the watch is the worst thing about this game, then it's doing pretty good. Oh, right here's our turn. Then we're going to be on the last segment of road. Well, second to last segment of road. Before we reach the trader. We just have this segment, and then our next turn is going to be onto the trader driveway. I'm not sure what I'm going to buy here, because I've got lots of arrows. I might just stack it up in money and call it a day. I'm kind of curious if these snowballs are decaying or if they started at 99%. I probably should have checked. I'm really curious also what happens to snow once you hit the worm areas of the map. If they simulated any kind of snow melting, or if they didn't. I'm inclined to believe they probably didn't. See. I think the trader is right over there. Right over there somewhere, maybe. Anyway, our turn's coming up. We might take another rest stop or two before I can actually make it there, though. The roads are kind of hard to make out here in the north. It's just like a different shade of snow. And another rest stop, because of course. Pretty much. There was at least a few days here this winter. At least once I was driving home later in the evening where I was not at all sure where the edges of the road were. Except for if tire tracks of a couple other people had gone first and my vague recollections of where that particular chunk of road went. It's like, oh, there's a mailbox. That's one edge. The snow never really got very deep here, but yeah. Our turn is like right there somewhere, I think. Yeah, that's more or less what happened here too, but there's at least a couple times where it'd stick around for a week and a half or 2 weeks first. It's kind of funny that the last 2 winters I've had here in Ohio, we had more snow than Michigan for the last 5-6 years before. Probably just a matter of, I don't know. I'm not a meteorologist. I don't pay much attention to what causes things like that. Let's go shank another bush. Make another meat skewer to keep me from starving. I remember there being some really, really snowy years as a kid. But then, if I actually sit down and think about it, it's like, yeah, there were some years where it didn't snow much either. Get maybe like one snow year, so one snow day, it's from school or something all year, and some really marginal ones. It's just that the one winter where it snowed a absolutely incredible amount is kind of firmly cemented in my child mind. Because that was the year we had giant snow mountain in the school parking lot that everybody could climb and play on. I did a dumb, didn't I? Maybe. I can't remember if I grabbed 2 pieces of meat or 1. As I told Dad once a few years ago, it wasn't necessarily that we got a lot of snow as a kid either. It was also that I was lower to the ground, and so smaller amounts of snow seemed like more. Things tend to seem a lot taller or thicker when you're, well, shorter, I guess. And here we are at the outpost. The outer edge of it, anyway. Anyway, I'm pretty happy that we're getting out of the cold part of the year. It'll be nice when it actually starts properly being warm overnight and stuff like that. Why did I make a couple of meat skewers and then just not eat them? Actually, I want to eat the whole thing, not just part of it. There we go. As soon as we get to the outpost, I'm gonna unload the chests and start selling everything I can sell that I don't want. Which reminds me, I should probably ask Af if he wants those parachutes or anything. But later. I think they should make parachutes a little less baggy. Or bulky, I mean. They are a bit hard to carry, many of them. Unfortunately, I don't have any items that I think would be particularly big ticket this time. So it's unlikely that I'll make a huge amount. A few thousand, probably. Okay. Unload the chests. Is there anything in here I want to save? Yeah, we gotta keep this yellow snowball to give to Abby. One way or another. Which reminds me. You can punch with a snowball. Is that... Okay, that's interesting. Snowballs are reusable. I wonder what happens if you throw the snowball at the proprietor of the... Oh, there's somebody. Okay. Back to work. I was tempted to throw a snowball at them for a few moments, but I don't know who that is, so I'm not going to. If it was like someone I knew who it was, then they would definitely get a snowball like instantly. Apparently there's no special mechanics for throwing snowballs, though. You can just throw them. If you can throw normal items, you can throw the snowball. Which is interesting. Let's just get this clothing and sell it right away. Most of this stuff is probably only going to sell at the general goods store. Which is down this way somewhere, I think. Wait. Yeah, general goods down this way. It'll be interesting when they flesh this area out more. There's a lot of obviously supposed to be stores that don't have any traders in them.
Welcome, welcome. Feel free to browse around.
Okay, some of the stuff definitely wasn't worth picking up. The tools sort of were. This crowbar is surprisingly valuable. I guess you can use these to crack open locks, but it's not worth keeping for that. He doesn't want snowballs, that's good to know. Not that I find that surprising at all. 1,500 already. That's pretty good haul. Won't say no to that. We're gonna have at least a few more loads to haul out of the wheelbarrow yet. Probably should have parked it over by the general goods store just because that's where most of the stuff's gonna be sold. Oh. This game, it always... Oh, there it is. I was wondering where the truck was. Anyway, this game, when you double click on clothing, it automatically equips it. I don't appreciate that. Okay, we're gonna have to make another trip, it looks like. Gonna sell a bunch of those screwdrivers. Let's only sell the 2 out of 3 ones and keep the 3 out of 3 ones. Yeah, every time you double click on clothing, it's annoying and I never remember. Okay, we'll be back after we sell this stuff. I don't remember if the mechanic is the one who buys screwdrivers or if it's a general goods store. Guess we'll find out in a minute.
Welcome, welcome. Feel free
Yeah,
to
it looks like it's
browse
general
around.
goods. I'm tempted to fire off those fireworks instead of sell them, but... Nah. Actually, it is night out. Fireworks look much cooler at night.
Let's see what you have.
Buy clothing,
Here's what I've
civilian, tops. Is there any particularly warm jackets? There's a black raincoat. We'll buy one of those. Those raincoats are nice to have. Doesn't look like there's anything particularly warm in here. Violet jacket is tempting. Don't think there's anything in here better than the tactical sweater I bought. Yeah, military just has scarves in here. Okay, we'll buy the raincoat. It's kind of overpriced for a raincoat, but get the black one, which is a rarer variant. Hopefully that makes me slightly warmer. The raincoat is slightly insulating. Where is it? Yeah, there it is. Okay, where would be a good place to set off fireworks? And staying dry in this game is actually kind of important because the extra water weighs you down some amount. Well, let's just set them up right here. It's just the small fireworks. Use. What? Okay. That's interesting. I've used fireworks before and they launch just fine. Well, I don't know. Those fireworks don't seem to work. I guess we'll sell them. Oh, yes. I need a source of fire, don't I? Do I even have one? I don't think I have a lighter on me. Huh. Okay. Well, I guess they go in here for later then. I actually don't have a way of making fire. I suppose I could buy a lighter, but I don't feel like it. We're going to keep that full airplane repair kit. We're going to sell this partial one. These electrician tools, I don't know what they're even for. Or we'll keep them just in case. We don't need nearly all these safety pins, so we'll get rid of some of the partial boxes. We are going to be selling this ammo because we don't need that. We're going to sell the... nope, the aspirin can't be sold, I just remembered. We're going to try to sell the spices. I need to ask F if he wants a parachute. These helmets we're going to sell. We're going to keep... I don't think we're going to keep either of these two backpacks because they're relatively small. While being quite bulky. Okay. I'll have to remember to keep my eyes out and loot a fire starter of some kind down the road. Actually, let's see if there's a good lighter at the general store. Because lighters are somewhat rare.
Welcome. Feel free to browse around.
Oh, you can sell those here. Those are basically worthless. You can't sell... oh, that needs to be sold to the mechanic. Okay. Sell,
Let's see what you
buy.
have. Here's what I've got.
Miscellaneous. There's a lighter. Wow, they're expensive. Okay, forget it. We're not going to buy a lighter. We'll just loot some matches or something somewhere.
Make sure to stop by.
Maybe we'll save up the box, that fireworks box, along with a couple other fireworks box, and have a proper fireworks display somewhere down the road. That'd be kind of cool. Maybe to celebrate just before the launch of the full server. Assuming Wasted announces that with enough time ahead that we can do that.
No loitering. Either buy or get lost.
Wow. 1,400 for a 75 out of 100 repair kit. And 51% quality. That's
If you want
That's
me to
very
buy
worth.
that, you better give me good price.
tempted to go sell the other one now. Yeah, that would be a good thing to use the fireworks for. Yay, you didn't screw up. Let's launch fireworks. Was there anything else in here I needed to sell? In the mats box, we have a whole lot of nothing. Oh, cigarettes, somebody stuck in there. Those will sell. Oh, that was another thing. I was gonna see if this piece of rubber was worth anything. The valuables container. This backpack need to be sold too. Okay. I do believe the only thing left in here that I don't necessarily want are these parachutes. And I was going to ask Af about them, which I'm going to do that right now. Okay. In the meantime, let's go try to sell some of this stuff.
What's up? If you're trying to rob the place, I guarantee you, I'm well armed. That thing registered?
Okay.
Kidding.
Ammo
Nobody
that's not
cares.
worth very much is the only thing I have to sell to him. Got 5,000 in cash already. That's pretty good. Yeah. Remember, I picked up those parachutes when we were raiding the, what are you gonna call it? The airport. Carried one out on my back in the backpack and one in my hand.
Welcome, welcome. Feel free to
Oh,
browse
okay. A piece of
around.
rubber is worthless. That's good to know.
Let's see
I don't
what you
even
have.
really know what you can use to craft those, what you can craft those with. I don't think it's anything worthwhile. Let's put this money in my pants where it's less likely to get lost. Oh, I forgot to wash my
Have a
clothing
nice
when we
day.
were at the river, and I said I was going to do it. I have been so forgetful tonight. I was standing right beside the river, and I was like, I'm going to fill these water bottles, and I'm going to wash my clothing. And guess what I didn't do? Wash my clothing. Don't really think there's anything I want to buy right now, so we'll just load up Wheelie here, and yeah, we're gonna go over to the dam. If Af said anything about the parachutes, I didn't hear him. That's unfortunate. I don't feel like asking again. We'll just keep him in here for now. Oh, wait. I'm standing right next to a river. Or lake. We can wash my clothes right here. Where's the wash all? There it is. Get all nice and shiny clean. I should probably fill up that water bottle while I'm here. There's no reason not to. And drink a bunch. I don't actually know. I've got a certain amount of hypothermia. Curious if this fire actually puts out heat. Apparently not. Oh, maybe it does. Does it dry my stuff off? Yeah, it does. Hey, this is cool. Let's take off my raincoat so it dries out. Stuff underneath it dries out faster. Yeah, see, this is cool. My stuff's drying off. Standing here with this fire. Well, I am going to cuddle up to this fire here. Actually, I'm going to have a seat beside this fire. Yeah, it's a tire fire, but let's just ignore that for now. We'll pretend it's nice and healthy. In the meantime, I am going to run upstairs to the bathroom real quick. So enjoy the fire until I get back. I return with a bottle of water as well. So, while I'd be a terrible person to mix a little bit of Kool-Aid powder into it, you can just enjoy the fire for a little longer. Well, it's certainly required if I'm going to be doing this much talking. Yeah. I just don't even bother with city water and go straight to cheap bottled water. And then I add flavoring to it anyway. I'm not a particular fan of chlorine in my water. I used to drink tap water all the time, but that was rural Michigan tap water. Straight out of the water softener. It was actually pretty good tasting in my, well, at least in my mind. Admittedly, that is the water I grew up with, so. If you drink a water as a kid, that's kind of what water tastes like to you, I guess. Okay, let's see. We're not all dry. I don't really care, though. Metabolism, stomach's empty. I should probably eat more meat. We're good on protein. Strength is doing pretty good. Yeah, okay. I don't think they taste like chlorine, they just taste bad. Not sure what it is. City water very definitely is chlorine, though. I don't know how anybody could ever drink city water. I mean, I guess you could if there was nothing else, but... The water at the place where I sleep is kind of hard. But at least it's not city water, so it's actually sort of drinkable. Well, at least you're not in Flint. Could be dawn soon. Starting to get a tinge of light in the sky. I can't believe they still haven't solved the Flint problem. It's kind of absurd. But I guess it was the kind of problem that wasn't a problem until it was, and now it's just not going to go away because of long-term damage. Yeah. That's a pretty sunrise. Uh-oh. Af just sold his truck. Uh-oh. Oh, but poor Af. Oh well. Can't believe you did that. That's so funny. Let's see. Actually, we gotta switch over to another tab here for a second. Oh boy. I can't believe he did that. This is so entertaining. It's certainly lightening up my little drive here. It's not very pro streamer of me to be laughing about something that's going on in another stream while I'm streaming, but that's fine. I'm not a pro streamer. I'm perfectly happy with being an untalented amateur. Oh boy. Why do I have... You know what, I'm not even gonna question that. Okay. Yeah, it should be too long before we get to the dam. The dam. That's where I'm going. The dam. Not just dam, I don't remember. It's gonna be a long, cold trip. I wish I'd found a better jacket. I should put my raincoat back on. Mostly for intended to keep me dry, but it does function for other reasons. Oh, I'll keep an eye out for another vehicle. Just in case I see one before he does. Because I'm a nice guy, that's why. Hey, this is the right direction? Yeah, it is. I think the dam is right over there. Let's see, that's almost due north of here. Okay, that's not where the dam is then. Yeah, maybe there. I wonder when the full server is going to go up. I think the thing holding it back at this point is that Wasted doesn't seem to be too terribly excited about SCUM. Maybe at least a couple more rests to get there. I hope there's puppets on the dam this time. It was kind of boring last time because there wasn't any. And part of me wants to go check out that prison, but yeah, I'm tempted to go over there. Nah, I won't though. I remember when I think it was Abby and Wasted were, and maybe Af was exploring over there. And it seemed to be more exciting than I want to tie on. A lot of windows that mechs can look through and fun things like that. This is a town, I'm pretty sure. This is the sawmill area, which often has columns. This is a military airfield. Don't know if the bunker is here as well, or if that's over here. There was some place that had a bunker right on a runway, I thought. But I don't know where that was. I'm curious where this... Welcome back. Guess what you missed, Kelly? Af did something spectacular. You have to go asking about it in his chat. Yeah. Tell him that Milo said you did a dumb and what was it? That way he'll get the fun of the fun, end quote, of re-experiencing it temporarily. Poor F. Poor F is right. I'm kind of got an eye open for a vehicle now. It didn't stop me from laughing at him, but it is very unfortunate. I didn't actually see him do it, but I certainly heard him start yelling about it the instant he realized. It's, yeah. There's really not a whole lot to say about it, I guess. You know what? I might take a short rest here and go close the door to the next room because somebody's got the washing machine running and I don't know if it's coming through or not, but it's noisy. Okay, that would be a little bit better for me. The washing machine at our house is broken right now for one reason or another, so it's kind of a weird situation going on right now where there's oh, where should I start? The house I am living in, I share with two other guys, one of which who also works for this company and one of which who is related to the guy who owns this company. All young unmarried guys living in this place. And then the house I'm in right now is technically our office, but it is used for other purposes as well. Eventually it's going to be used as a house for at least some of the people who are involved in this whole enterprise. And, well, the reason I'm here late at night is because this is, the house we're living in doesn't have internet because we all decided that why do we need internet when we can just come here instead, basically. It's a little more complicated than that, but it's a lot cheaper to have internet here than it is to have internet there and here. For one thing, the other house is kind of in the boonies. And then one of the guys I'm living with owns a house, but that's currently being lived in by his sister and her husband, who is the boss. Yeah, it's kind of funny. Slightly weird situation, but it doesn't bother me any, really. The important thing, though, is I'm not actually at my house. A lot of people having some kind of roommates nowadays. It's kind of expensive to get a place of your own. At least it is on the kind of wages I make, which I make a pretty good living, but it's a whole heck of a lot cheaper to live with a couple other guys in a dinky little tiny house in the boonies than it is to try to buy my own house. That's pretty reasonable. I was living in a house in town by myself for a while. That was, in theory, supposed to be our offices, but it was far enough away from everybody else that nobody would show up most days. So it was basically my house and my office, and I could do whatever I wanted in any room I felt like. Which is pretty cool. But that place was like, I don't remember how much it was, like $650 or something a month, which isn't terribly expensive, but it was somewhat. That's a boomer right there. I'm gonna hate myself for this, but goodbye, arrow. Actually, this is risky, but I'm gonna do it anyway because I'm stupid. Headshot? No headshot. Dang. I was hoping I could get a headshot on him and run up there and get my arrow before he blew up, but that isn't going to happen. Oh, wow. It didn't damage the arrow at all. Usually knocks him down to like 5%. Anyway, back to what I was talking about before the puppets showed up. It was pretty nice living in a place by myself, but it was pretty expensive. Not that it actually cost me that, because technically it was supposed to be the offices, and so most of it was being paid for by the company. Working from home is kind of... I have mixed feelings about it. On the one hand, it's really nice. On the other hand, it's really nice to have a reason that you have to get out of the house every day, you know? It helps make sure you don't just turn into a slug, which is a problem with me. Pretty much every time where I'm in a situation where I can spend a lot of time at home without having to leave the house much, I do exactly that, and the end result isn't pretty. Last time I went across this dam, I just randomly searched one of these cars and was going past. And it had two toolkits in it. One that was 100% and the other that was a 68 out of 100. It was like, what? So now I can't help but search these cars for good luck every time I go across. Just in case lightning strikes twice. The company my boss works for, because this little company is kind of a side gig of his. The company he works for, they're making rumblings about going back to the office. Now that, quote, COVID is over, end quote. So, yeah, there's a bunch of very unenthused people about that. They don't want to have to drive to the office. For one thing, the office for this area is in a town that apparently has fairly high taxes. Because some towns around here have taxes and some don't. It depends. Or, you know, income taxes. A lot of the smaller towns in particular just are property taxes and that's it. But anyway, so there's some limit if you live more than, I think it's an hour away from the office, you don't have to come in at all. And less than that, you have to come in a certain number of days a week. And so they're all trying to figure out ways to game the distances so that they're appear to be at least an hour away. The ones that are on the line anyway. We're going to try to off-road this in probably the stupidest maneuver ever. There's some coworker of theirs who lives like 50 some minutes away. He's pretty unhappy about the whole deal, I guess. Personally, I like the situation I'm in because it's about a 10-minute drive between the two, and everything's in small towns. I mean, the house is outside of town on a dinky little tiny one-lane road. And then the town itself, with the office in it, is fairly small, so no real traffic to worry about. Or the biggest thing you have to worry about is snow in the winter, blocking the road up. So it's pretty an ideal situation for me. And what's more, since the internet is here at the office, I spend most of my day here one way or the other. And so it's kind of like, yeah, you know, I might as well just leave my groceries here too, because that's where I'm going to be doing all my eating. So if I don't get out of the house, I don't get to eat. Give me a second to rest up here, and I'll go over on that hill and we'll get a real view. Maybe take a screenshot or two or something. Because this is a really pretty view. Kind of got that mist over the water. Let's see, is it... No? What is the key to... There's a key to turn off the UI, and I can't remember if it's listed in here or if I'm gonna have to look it up. Yeah, I don't see it here. Okay, I'm gonna have to look this up. Free look is so that you can do like that. That's the Alt key. Let me tab here for a second to a different screen. SCUM, turn off UI. Okay, here we go. Ah, number pad minus. There we go. Our favorable lighting kind of went away. Still, it looks pretty. This looks kind of cool too. It'd be interesting to come up with this river with a boat or something sometime. You know, I think I turned some of the graphics options down. Yeah, I did. I turned all the shadows down when I was having trouble with okay, that one. Yeah, I turned not really a lot of options, but some options down. Because the graphics card was having trouble keeping up when it was doing both the encoding and the, what do you call it? This would be a really awesome place to be at sunset. Sunset's right over there somewhere. Well, west, right there, that direction. Oh well. It's just after morning, not just before sunset, so it's not worth waiting around. I'll have to make a trip sometime though. SCUM can be a very lovely game when it wants to be. I'm kind of hopeful they do a upgrade to Unreal Engine 5. Maybe turn a few of these things up a bit. So you can see, like, that mountain. In the abstract, it's, pretty mountain, but the detail level's a bit low because it's in the distance. Hopefully, if they ever do that engine upgrade, things like that it'll be possible to perk them up a little bit. But still, even with the distance LOD being a thing, it's still not bad. I wonder where this little trail is going to come out. I've never actually been to the base of this dam. That might be an interesting thing to... I'm kind of hoping this will come out somewhere close to there so we can actually maybe loot a little bit down there and see if there's anything interesting. The answer is that there probably isn't, but I never know till you check it. I didn't really realize that there was a trail that ran down here like this. That's cool to know. Might be usable as a shortcut in the future. There's the dam works itself. Looks like there's a couple structures down there. Anyway. Let's see, today's Wednesday, isn't it? Trying to decide how late I want to stay up tonight. Yeah, this is probably going to come out near the base of the dam. That'll be kind of cool. Oh, look, there's a mushroom. Let's warm him up a little bit. Is that a phantom mushroom? Okay. Weird. That was weird. I kind of hope there's a bunch of puppets down there I could do with some solid combat. One way or another, we're gonna be in this town, in the city soon, and I don't really. The city isn't particularly puppety in my mind. The last several times I visited it, there weren't very many. But then you often see a lot less puppets when you're using a bow. I'd really like to know if Avi's theory about more puppets spawning when you shoot a gun is true or not. But it sure feels like it is. Oh, look! There's mechs down there. Please tell me that this trail actually ends up on ground level. Away from the mechs. I don't want to end up perforated, thank you very much. You know what, we're going to leave the wheelbarrow right here, and we're going to go explore a little bit after I rest up some. Drink a little water. find out if this trail actually ends up at a reasonable place on the ground. Because if it comes out, say, right on top of a bunch of mechs. Okay, it might not. This looks like an interesting place to try to loot. Stumpy mech and all. Yeah, it's at least safe until around the corner, and it looks like the path continues after that, so I think it's safe to continue. I guess if they start shooting at us, then we know it's not safe. I wonder how many mechs there are. I've only seen the one, and he's walking right up and down the front of the dam. When we turn the corner here, we'll be a little bit lower and closer to the edge and be able to see a little bit better. Also, I might be limited by draw distance a little bit. I don't think mechs really draw it. Yeah, here. Let's get a better look. Oh yeah, there's two mechs. There's one. And there's one. Are there any others? Like, I don't know if he's right on the edge of the draw distance or not, because there might be another one over there or something. And he just might not be drawing. In any case, they seem to be following a fairly predictable path. I'm just not sure if it's worth it to try to loot that. I'd kind of like to, though, just to see what's down there. We'll see where this trail comes out. If it's too far away from the dam, then just forget about it. But if it's like right close to it, then maybe. One place I'd like to hit up eventually is the military seaport that Wasted likes hitting up. Partially because I just want to see what kind of loot is there, and partially because I want to have a better appreciation for what it takes to get in and out of there, I guess. Oh, okay, this is going to come out right close to the front gates for this area. We'll do at least a little looting in there. Maybe poke the mechs a little bit or something. Oh. Don't think there's a third mech on this side. We'll find out shortly. I'll park this over by the gates. I probably should have stopped again midway down the side and took a better look. Oh yeah, there's a third mech right there. He's coming our direction. You know, don't really know if there's enough loot in there to be worth it. Still. We'll park it over here by the base of this. Right here. Okay, what's in my inventory? Nothing too exciting. We'll take the raincoat off and leave it in the wheelbarrow. Clothing's in good shape. Alright. Onward to our deaths, I'm sure. Okay, so he walks way up there and then back. So we should have plenty of time to book it across to that barracks when he gets back up this way. There we go. Actually, why are we leaning at all? We can just use third person. Third person is almost cheating for this purpose. I'm just too used to running around in first person all the time because of the bow. Okay, so he only comes down to there. This shouldn't be hard at all to navigate. No puppets? There's a pirate hat. Can't remember if that sold well or not. We're gonna hide here, Mr. Boosh. And then it's tempting to go check out that little hut, but it probably doesn't have anything in it. So we'll go the other way instead. Actually, no. We'll go check out that hut just because completionism and all that. Well, yet another bunny hat. We'll just use this building for cover until the mech moves on. Yeah, I think we'll go to that white structure midway up there. I don't remember how close the mech comes down to here, so we'll probably run around and hide behind the building when he gets too closer. There's probably 4 mechs at this place, just at a guess. Okay, where'd Mr. Stumpy end? Right up there. Thankfully they can't see behind them. So as long as we don't run too quickly and they can't hear us, we'll be safe. Until he turns around anyway. Which could be really soon now. Oh! Well, this was worth it. I'm not sure how much that'll sell for, but there's loot. Glasses. I'm not sure where I want to go from here. Oh shit. I'm not here. There's no one here. I'm invisible. Yup, see? Nobody here but us bushes. Or in this case, us little huts. Yeah, see? Nobody here. We'll have to keep an eye on him for a little longer. I'm not sure where I'm going to hide between here and that structure. That's where he turns around, more or less. So following him all the way up there would actually be a valid tactic if we were very, very careful. Also, the mech that walks crossways might be able to see some of that area. Don't trust that he goes far enough down there that I would run behind him right now. I probably should be counting out how long it takes him to move each leg, but that takes too much time, and I'm too lazy. Yeah, see, he's coming back already. So what we're gonna do is, as soon as he passes, I'm going to follow him. This is stupid and risky. I hope there's a friend bush. Shit. You can't see me. Oh shit, I think you can see me. Yep, I'm dead. There's no way we're getting out of this. Yep, we're dead. That was unfortunate. I tried the surrender thing, but it was too late. Well, I am certainly eating up my fame points. I should have went straight to that bush that I saw along the... You're gonna call it. Okay, respawn. It'll be quick. Okay, there. Don't think we're gonna make it today. That was close. Please slow me enough. Please slow me enough. Oh, good. Yeah, I got shot by a mech. He spotted me, and then I tried to lay down in some short bushy stuff, but it wasn't enough, and I got deaded very quickly. So, it'll be take two. Get the body this time. Oh, and that body's in kind of a bad place, too. I don't know if I'll safely be able to make it to it or not. I'm like, right, yeah, you can see my body right there. It's a terrible place for it. Yeah, it could be worse. But I'll have to be very careful about grabbing it. You don't see a thing. You don't see a thing. No, I don't want cookies. I don't like them. They don't taste good. Not your cookies, anyway. This is going to be very interesting, trying to get that body out of there. It's going to be a matter of running out there, grabbing as much clothing as we can, and then ducking back into cover before the mech turns around. Speaking of which, where's Mr. Mech? He's walking this way. Okay, we're gonna hide behind this building here for now. Okay, he turns around. We book it up there. We might be able to search the body before he starts getting too frisky. Give me my stuff, give me my stuff. Okay, book it back here. We actually grabbed everything. Oh shit. He's shooting at me, he's shooting at me. Okay. I hope he doesn't come down this far. Meanwhile, I think I've got everything back in worse shape than it once was. Got my arms. Got various clothing. I don't know if you were watching when I got this, but we got an AK-74, so that's nice. Meanwhile, Mr. Stumpy is unhappy. We might just call this particular loot run right here. I don't feel like having to do more than one body run. And for another thing, I'm running low on fame points, so respawning is iffy. It might be time to just be careful for a bit. Just hunker down here by the wheelbarrow and repair all my gear. Because some evil mech brutally ripped it. Made little holes in it. And probably a few large holes. Okay. Yeah, there's a good spot in C3 to park the wheelbarrow for raiding the town. Raiding the town is much safer because there's no mechs, and so you just have to deal with various pesky little puppets. Which really, puppets are only much of a problem if you run into a bunch of them at once. Although if I die again in town, we're definitely going to have to do something different, get some fame points going. Maybe I'll have to hide in a bush and grind some stealth skill or something. Get more fame points. Off stream, of course. Because grinding fame points by raising skills can be mind-numbingly boring. In particular, stealth skill is just as simple as standing in a bush and spamming the X button. That makes you stand up and lay down, stand up and lay down. For some reason, changing position in a bush is what determines how fast you gain skill or something like that. I don't know. Very easy to grind with a keyboard macro, I know that. Although it takes absolutely insane amounts of time to get much past medium. Getting medium skill is like a couple hours of, well, maybe not a couple hours, but at least an hour of sitting there staring at the screen. Getting advanced skill, I figured it out one time, it was several hours of doing nothing but sitting in the bush spamming X. It's fairly easy to train basic in almost any skill in this game. It just requires a little bit of effort. Training medium in almost any skill in this game, a little bit harder, but still well within reach. Training to advanced, unless it's a skill you do literally all the time, it's very, very hard. Depends on the skill, some are worse than others, but none of them are easy. Yeah. Luckily, you don't actually have to grind skill up in anything. Because, like, well, I have advanced archery, for example. I'm pretty happy with where that is. Running and endurance, I'm not terribly happy with. Thievery, I have medium thievery already, but that's, you know, gained at. Most of these skills were gained at character creation. So as long as you make sure you create the kind of character you actually want to use, it works pretty well. Gaining skills you don't already have is a lot of effort. It's fine. I don't mind it that way. Just as long as you know going in that you're not going to end up with any skills you didn't start with unless you put a lot of effort into it. Like poor Wasted on the first server. His character was designed to be a god at driving. And then he discovered he needed high lockpicking to do some of the content he wanted to do. And so he's like, oh, I'll grind lockpicking. Well, he figured it out, and it was going to take way too long to do it. That was pretty demoralizing, I guess. But that's just the way things are. Why am I walking parallel to but not on the road? Like, I've been using nothing but bows since I started. At this point, I would have gained... I would have gotten to basic without any trouble, and I think I would be medium archery already. 'Cause yeah, I got 300,000. It takes 100,000 to get to medium. But it takes 1 million, or it takes... Okay, it takes 100,000 to get to medium. It takes 1 million to get to medium. And I'm at 300,000. So I would be like 30% of the way to advanced archery already, if I had started with no archery skill. But that's because every single puppet I killed so far has been with archery. And that is 284 puppets. 222 of which were headshots. So, yeah. I've done a lot of puppet killing, relatively speaking. Actually, that's not that terrible number, but 72 meters, that's pretty... It's not that difficult to get consistent headshots with a bow. If you just take your time, line them up, and just don't try to go too fast. The ones that aren't headshots are usually cases where I was rushed or something. Or where I just misjudged the distance. But anyway, so I've got a lot of headshots. I think headshots give you more experience than normal shots. I don't remember. I never actually figured it out. But anyway. So I would be significantly along my way to advanced archery with this character. But if you go look at a skill I do less of, here, like melee weapons, I have like 400 melee weapon skill. I do very little melee use. For dexterity, let's see if there's a good one here. Engineering. Every time you craft something, you gain engineering skill. I would be at basic engineering twice over. But as you can see, I'm only 20% of my way to medium engineering. I'll get to medium engineering eventually, just by keeping crafting things. But yeah, this character will never reach advanced engineering simply because it'll take way too long to get. Anyway. I feel like looking at those stats again. Those were pretty good stats. Despite the fact that they I mean, they're not that hard to get good stats like that if you're careful. Okay, so that's south, and that's north. We want the south road. I'm tempted to go loot those houses, but nah. I've been through here a few times. I kind of sort of recognize the area. My stats weren't nearly that good on the first server, but I do have a bit of practice with using the bow down now, so. But anyway, to circle back to what started the whole conversation, trying to grind skills past medium is a job for somebody who has too much time on their hands. Which is somewhat unfortunate, but it does stop everybody from being godly at everything, which can be a problem in some games. If it's too easy to grind skills, then everybody just grinds skills and all the things that matter, and there's no point to... everybody's the same, you know? Which isn't really a big deal for like just a PvP server, but having stat differences matter is pretty cool for a roleplay server. Because like on the first server, Jericho's had really high crafting skill. And then he made it his business to trade weapons. So he'd buy and sell weapons from just random people who stopped by. But more importantly, he manufactured and sold ammunition. So he'd buy ammunition components from anybody who stopped by with them, just like gunpowder and lead plates and stuff like that. And then he would manufacture ammunition and sell it to people who needed it. Which is pretty cool. But also, a lot of the people who were buying ammunition from him simply didn't have the skills they would have needed to make that ammunition, because you needed to have advanced engineering to make it. I mean, sure, there was a lot of people, there's a lot of groups that had at least one person with advanced engineering in them, but for anybody who was like playing solo or whatever, it was unlikely they had advanced engineering. Because if you look at the engineerings, what you can make with it, all this stuff is anybody can make, no skill required. Basic engineering gets you this stuff, medium gets you this, and advanced gets you this. It's very, very diminishing returns to have the high levels. Like yeah, it falls off fast for advanced engineering, and it's pretty easy to grind up to medium. Just by, you know, crafting a lot of stuff. Like, I'm 20% of the medium just making things I needed without any actual grinding. So yeah. There weren't that many people who picked advanced engineering, and so the ones who did, they had an actual marketable ability. Like me, I wanted improvised metal chest for the wheelbarrow. Well, like now, I want improvised metal chests, which is what I have now. I just go and buy them. They were like 800 from the trader. No big deal. Last time I wanted metal chests, I stopped by Jericho's and said, hey, here's all the materials to make an improvised metal chest. Can you craft a couple for me? I got some stuff for you. And I traded away a bunch of weapons components, a bunch of ammo components for a pair of improvised metal chests. That was pretty cool. So on one hand, having the trader around that you can just stop by and sell stuff to is pretty useful. On the other hand, it's I think it'll hurt the RP aspect of the server a little tiny bit. Not too much, but just a little. It'll help some because people can, particularly for valuable items like certain weapons and stuff, people can undercut the trader and sell it for a little less. People will be able to trade money because money will actually have some value. So that'd be kind of cool. I don't know. I'll have to see how it shakes out. Because nobody really know for sure how it's going to affect the server until it happens, I guess. Anyway, got a small town here with a couple of puppets in it. And then past that, we'll have a short section of road and then the main city. Wonder how close we can get to this guy before he wakes up to the fact that there's a guy with a bow behind him. Answer: not very. Okay, is there any other puppets that we're gonna run into before we get there? Yeah, there's one. Hey, lady. That guy must not have appreciated my attempt at humor. There's another puppet, but I don't think he'll be a problem. Anyway. I'm tempted to shoot that one just because I can. Yeah, screw it, let's do it. Let's see if I can get a headshot from here with him moving around like crazy. That was easier than I thought it would be. Blink right in the head. Alright, off down the road we go. Yeah, pretty soon we're gonna pass the road I normally take when I'm coming this direction. Yeah. Gonna have to lay down for a bit. I usually take this white road here up because it's a little bit shorter. And then park somewhere like here. And then run across down here and here. And then the sporting goods stores are all like right in this area. Should be a fairly straightforward trip. There's nothing really to see along the route, nothing really to stop and loot, just plugging along with the wheelbarrow. Why do I still have it? I don't want that on. There. Oh, I'm going to start taking off clothes too. It's getting warm. Okay. Ugh. I'm tempted to loot all the sporting goods stores in town. We'll see how that goes. If it goes really well, then I don't know. Maybe end stream after I'm done with that, we'll see. Because the next step after looting these stores will probably be, I'd like to follow the coast here and see what all's along there. But I don't know if I want to do that tonight yet. It is 10 o'clock now. While that is pretty early for me to go to bed, it might be interesting to play another game or something before it gets too late. Such things are decisions to make later, though. For now, we're about ready to pass the road I normally come up. After this regularly scheduled rest break, because stamina is a thing that I don't have in this game. Okay. What in the heck is Af doing? He just responded to being attacked by puppets in like the worst way I've seen in a long time. He just stood there and stared at them for the longest time. Weird. Oh. If I remember correctly, I think this road right here, which is the one I normally take up here, I think it goes past a whole bunch of vineyards. Anyway, one of those vineyards, the house that's associated with it, on the previous server, somebody had gone through and boarded up all the windows and locked the door. Basically to turn it into their own little base, which is fine. I don't, who cares? However, for some reason, when I got there, I opened the door, which I shouldn't have been able to do because it was locked. And then, because I'm a decent person, I closed the door behind me. And so there I was, inside a house, with no way to get out, because I couldn't open the door again because it was locked. Which, I still don't know how I opened it in the first place. So, it's like, uh-oh, well, what do I do now? So I carefully explored the entire house and finally discovered that there was a single window on the second floor. Most of the windows on the second floor were boarded over too. But there was a single window up on the second floor that wasn't boarded over. And I could just barely clamber through that one. And then fall as gracefully as a rock and thunk into the ground and finally on the outside. It was a very concerning couple of minutes, let's put it that way. It was like, oh no, am I going to be stuck in here? Am I going to have to beg Wasted to let me out? Since he's the server admin, he'd be the only one capable of getting me out of something like that, teleporting me somewhere different. The only other way out of there would have been to suicide, I guess. But then I wouldn't have been able to get all my gear that was on my person. Unless I lockpicked the door, and since it was a player lock, that would have been extremely difficult. Anyway. Poor Af. His corpse run isn't going any better than his initial attempt. This burned out house is right on my park the wheelbarrow when I'm here. That, or there's another space over there next to the factory buildings that I'll occasionally use too. I'll probably park it down there this time because I'm not going to do anything on this side of town. There is a gun store right down this road, but it's not really worth it. And if I was going to loot like that supermarket or something, I'd park here. It's nice and safe on the edge of town. A lot of people park their cars here. At least they used to anyway. Sometimes I'd come here and find a car parked like right behind that house. Oh, what do I have for food? Let's eat a little butter. Okay, right here is where we're going to park the wheelbarrow. And then right here are where most of the sporting goods stores are. And I might loot a couple of the other buildings that are along the route. How many arrows do I have? Plenty. Okay, good. Anyway, I may have mentioned this once before, or maybe twice before, but I'm really excited to get my audio equipment tomorrow. I really want to play around with that stuff. No, we don't. Poor Af, he just can't get a break today. I can't believe he sold that truck by accident. That is such a big L. Oh, hello. Okay, these buildings here are sometimes worth looting, mostly because they're right along the route. Those don't really ever have anything. Driving gloves? Sure, why not? I hear a puppet, I think. Okay, there's one. There's another. Give me back my arrow. Yeah, he did drop a bunch of money somehow, didn't he? He's just starting to be like a walking disaster zone when it comes to SCUM. I guess on the previous server he did destroy his truck plenty of times, so I guess it's really nothing new. Although most of the time when he destroyed his truck is because he hit something, not because he accidentally sold it. Nope, you have to open the door to get that. Okay. We'll just loot these quick and then we're out of here. Let's take that. Screwdriver. There we go. Okay, that's good enough. This next building we're not going to bother looting. Just going to book it into town and have to keep an eye out for puppets through here because their numbers are cranked up a bit. Let's see. Weapons cleaning kit. That makes the trip worth it. We'll use that on that AK, try to get a higher sell price maybe. Maybe not. Depends. Okay, I just ran past one of the stores. Let's see if I win the SCUM lottery today. There's hiking boots. We'll take a thing of matches. Hiking boots are kind of worthless. I don't know what they sell for. Oh, there's a slip-on bow silencer. More boots. Fishing hat. Sure. Metal arrows. Sure. Bow silencer. We'll take the gloves. Why not? That bow silencer's kind of worthless though. Multiple stacks of 12 gauge buckshot. And that looks like it's it. Unless there's any... Okay, I don't see any bows on the ground anywhere that I might have missed. Alright, on to the next one. That's pretty decent loot for one area. A stack of metal arrows would have been pretty nice normally, except I now have much better ones. There's a puppet standing in the street. Let's see if I can nail this one before he becomes a problem. Okay, ooh, binoculars. Never say no to those. We'll just stick them on my sweater. There's more binoculars. I don't feel like picking them up though. The Bushman, this is a really nice knife. I like these. More metal arrows. I might have to use those actually. More 12 gauge buckshot. I'm running out of space to carry things now. Hiking boots that I don't want. Metal crossbow bolts. We're gonna put on this field jacket so that we have room to stick them in. Oh, let's see. Anything else good in here? Doesn't really look like it. Okay. Get my arrow from this puppet down here. There's a gun store like right in here somewhere. So I might loot that too. That'll probably cost me an arrow. Yeah, there we can see him right there. Boom. Yep, that broadhead, I'm not even gonna pick it up. Because if I pick it up, then it'll merge it with my stack of good arrows, and I'll lose a whole load of quality on them. We'll take these hats, though. They can probably be sold. Okay. Oh, there's some money. Never say no to money. There's always one of those in here. Every gun store I found in the entire map always has at least one. They may spawn in different points in the store, but... Oh, there's a metal baseball bat. We'll take that just in case anybody wants it. Otherwise we can sell it. Anti-personnel mine. I've never seen those before. M16 folding sights. Okay, see, I actually found loot in this gun store. Normally, I don't find anything of any value. Okay, did I search these yet? No, I didn't. There's a military quiver! Yeah. It's the wrong color, but who cares? It's a military quiver. I can carry another stack of arrows. That's huge. I've never found a military quiver in one of these places before. Okay, this place is kind of stacked. That's great. Alright, now the third one is just up the road here, I think. Yeah, right there. Usually gun stores have like nothing in them. Maybe like a magazine or something like that that's worth picking up, but sometimes I don't even visit the things because they're just, well, why? Whereas the sporting goods stores always have cool stuff in them. This time, that gun store was stacked. Hiking backpacks, a pair of them. I don't have the room for it though. I would like to have that red one over the one I have now, though. We will just pick up as much other stuff as we can, and then we will decide how we're going to carry one of those back with us. There's another bushman. These places, they got really good loot. This is why I try to make a beeline to this town as the very first place I visit when I start a new character. Okay, this metal baseball bat, I'm sorry. It's just not going to happen. Don't think I can fit it in. Actually, on second thought, let's drop all this inmate clothes. That's really not going to happen. Let's see if we can squeeze this metal baseball bat in. This inmate shirt's worthless. Is there any other inmate clothes we have in here I don't want or need? Okay, we can put the baseball bat in here now. Then we can put the Black Hawk away. And then we can carry the red backpack. Okay. I think we can make it out of here like this. If we see any puppets, we'll have to drop the backpack to shoot them, but we should be good. Okay. That was a pretty successful loot run. Some of the stuff was stuff we had before, but got a decent amount of stuff we can sell. Just stuff is generally cool. I think once I get everything loaded into the backpack, I'm probably going to end for the night. But that'll take a little bit. We'll see, though. I'm starving. Thank you, game. I hadn't realized that yet. Actually, I might try hitting up Af and see if he wants to do anything. We'll see. I have to unload first. Try to fit everything into these. I think I'm going to have room that I can fit the backpack without too much trouble. It might be tempting to go back and get the other backpack too. And then I'm going to want to feed my character. Okay. I just realized that we were traveling everywhere with my fancy raincoat still in the wheelbarrow. I'm probably just going to sell these metal arrows because the carbon ones are just better. Okay. I only found one bow silencer, so I'm not going to trade off my current silencers for the manufactured ones yet. I should put these matches in my pants where I can use them for later. This anti-personnel mine is definitely for sale. Stick it here somewhere. Same with this ammunition. Oh wait, I did find two silencers. What am I on about? Let's see if I can repair them first, though. Okay. We can ditch these old silencers and put on the fancy new ones. I'm not sure if these are actually any better statistically, but one of them you can craft and one of them you can only find, so I'm going to assume the findable only ones are better. Okay, that gun sight is useless to me. That's useless to me. This 22 caliber ammo is useless to me. Definitely want to put a bandage here though for later. Inventory sorting. Okay, we'll just stick a bunch of clothing in here to sell. I really need to visit another trader soon. Okay, got some shotgun ammo. That's really not worth very much, but if I have it, I might as well sell it. And some eyeglasses. Okay, I think I have my inventory. Oh, nope. I still have binoculars that I'm probably never going to use. And this hiking backpack. Okay. Actually, we're going to put the hiking backpack back on the ground. And we're going to move everything in my current backpack over to it. Because the hiking backpack, this red one, is a cooler color than the green one that I had. Which is honestly just boring. There we go. Another thing I need to grab. My raincoat, which I should have been wearing all along. And we'll take off my tactical jacket. Just have the raincoat and the sweater. And then I need to catch up with my metabolism, which I've been ignoring for too long. Just watch. I just put the raincoat on and now it's going to stop raining. Oh, and I died and forgot to reset my quick access controls. What time is it? 10:30. We'll eat all of this. I need to drink a little bit more too. Alright. Everything's all stocked up. Wheelbarrow's ready to go. My food and water situation are on the mend. I think I'm gonna park it in a bush. And then we can raid AF. Because why not? Alrighty. Come here, OBS. There we go. That was a pretty productive day today. But all things must come to an end. So I think we're gonna raid AF just for the fun of it. And I don't know, what should we tell him? Don't sell the truck AF or something like that. Yeah, there's an idea. We'll just tell AF not to sell the truck next time. I will probably be streaming tomorrow, hopefully with the new mic. We'll see. See you guys later.